Silence, please stand. Commons Court is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, before the first witness is called, there are some procedural matters that need to be addressed. The first relates to some protective orders that Your Honour made on an interim basis last year and more recently. Can I provide to Your Honour a proposed shortment of order which, in essence, seeks to make some protective orders on a limited or restricted basis, and that the remainder of your orders that Your Honour made on the 7th of December, 20 December 2021 and 25 December 2021 be revoked. Copies have been distributed to my learned friends. I have not spoken to them, and they may wish to be heard on the orders.
Yes, thank you. We have Ms Burke and Mr Smith and Ms Leyden. Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honour. Good morning. Your Honour, we've just received the short minutes of order. I'm just looking at them now, so if I could just get some instructions, I'll need a bit of time to do that.
Yes, certainly.
I have no difficulty with that. The orders that Your Honour has made previously remain in force, and that there be, in effect, no publication or disclosure of the brief of evidence that was tendered yesterday until this issue is resolved.
Yes.
Your Honour, for my part, I have instructions to consent to those orders, although I think the date 25 December 2021 in Order 2, being Christmas Day, is supposed to be 25 January 2022. I've got an order that was made on that date in front of me here.
I think that's correct, Your Honour.
All right, thank you, Mr Smith. We'll make that amendment. And Ms Leyden, I wanted to say good morning to you. I haven't officially welcomed you, so because we got so tied up in the administrative matters of this inquest, but I just wanted to welcome you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Your Honour, the next matter is to tender some documents produced recently by the Commonwealth Bank of Australia.
Thank you.
And I apologise, Your Honour, I'm unaware of what exhibit number.
We're up to 11.
Up to. Thank you, Your Honour.
So those documents will be exhibit 11.
Next, Your Honour, could I tender a document produced by the Australian Securities and Investment Commission? It's an annual return of a company relating to Mr Frederick David de Hevery, dated the 17th of November 1998.
Thank you. That document will be exhibit 12.
And the final matter, Your Honour, is to provide, Your Honour, some email communications between Adam Marsh of New South Wales Police and Duncan King of New South Wales Police, and also from Adam Marsh and Gary Sheen, both of New South Wales Police. One email being 17 August 2009 and the second 23 March 2011. At this stage, could Your Honour mark that for identification?
Yes, I marked that MFIA in the inquest.
Your Honour, that concludes the administrative matters. If it's convenient to Your Honour and to the parties, I propose now to call Ms Trudy McKechnie.
Yes, thank you.
And I understand that she is on the line.
Ms McKechnie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Now, I understand that you'd take an oath?
I did.
All right. We'll just repeat that today, and you'll hear from the court officer now.
You can hear me, Miss McKechnie?
Yes.
Thank you. Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Ms McKechnie, my name's Castleton and I'm counsel assisting Her Honour the State Coroner of New South Wales. If for any reason you cannot hear me or have any problems hearing any other any other parties, would you please let Her Honour know?
I will.
Would you kindly state your full name?
Trudy Irene McKechnie.
And are you a retired police officer?
I am.
And were you, for a significant period of time, employed by the Queensland Police Force?
I was.
And did you first commence as a police officer with the Queensland Police Force on the 15th of December 1972?
I did.
And when did you retire from the Queensland Police Service?
13th of July 2001.
And for a period of time, were you attached to the Queensland Missing Persons Bureau, which is a specialist unit within the Queensland Police Force?
Yes, from the 21st of March 1977 until I retired in 2001.
And for a period, were you the officer in charge of the Queensland Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes, from roughly July 1988
Yes.
until I retired.
To your retirement, thank you. And Ms McKechnie, you have provided a statement to New South Wales Police in relation to the disappearance of Marion Barter. Do you have a copy of your statement with you this morning?
Yes,
And have you read it recently?
yes.
Are there any matters contained within your statement that you wish to correct?
No,
Do I understand your statement correctly that you have no independent recollection of Marion Barter or her disappearance?
no, I don't.
Can I take you back in time, as best one can, to 1997? At that point in time, you were the officer in charge, were you not, of the Queensland Missing Persons Bureau?
I was.
And could you just outline, for Her Honour's benefit, what your role and or responsibilities were as the officer in charge of the Missing Persons Bureau in Queensland?
Well, I had supervision of, I think at that particular time, maybe 6 other police officers, 1 admin officer, and we investigated all missing person cases in Queensland. We assisted the Salvation Army and the Red Cross in any inquiries that they were unable to complete. And I was also a representative on the National Missing Persons Police Consultative Group and the National Advisory Committee on Missing Persons, which worked out of the Australian Bureau of Criminal Intelligence in Canberra.
And doing the best you can today, are you able to identify who the serving police officers were in 1997 and 1998 over which you had supervision?
I can't remember everyone because they changed from time to time, but there was probably Mavis Scott, Paula McKenzie. I think there could have been Louise Howden around that time. Dennis Rayner. I'm not sure about Kim McComb or Carmel Harris, but they were there when I retired. Jim Hayes, he was there when I retired, so I'm not sure if he was there in 97. And Ross Saunter was around that period as well.
Thank you. Can I just ask you now what the standard practice was to investigate a missing persons report when it came to the attention of the Missing Persons Bureau?
It was entered onto the police database, and the file would have been detailed to whoever was working on that particular shift. They were divided up, so if there was 2 people working and there were 20 reports came in, they got 10 each. And then they were responsible for that particular inquiry.
Just pausing there, would that particular case file that's been assigned to an individual officer, would it be assigned to other people throughout the investigation, or would it solely remain with the first officer who was allocated that missing person?
It remained with whoever got it initially.
And was that to ensure consistency throughout the investigation?
Yes, it was. If that particular person wasn't working on a given day and somebody phoned through with further information, then whoever was working would add it to that file and leave it on the person who had carriage of that investigation on their desk.
In terms of record keeping, what records were created and retained in relation to a missing persons investigation in 1997, 1998, to your recollection?
Well, we had like a running sheet that we entered all of those inquiries on. That was part of that file. Then each day at the end of shift, they would type up the details of the inquiries that they've done on an occurrence sheet, a copy of which went through to the inspector. A copy was retained in the office. And then when the file was completed, that data was entered as located on the missing person database, and the file was filed within the office.
If I can just work through that in turn, each missing person report has a case file that's created.
Yes.
And throughout the course of an investigation, there is a running sheet.
Yes.
And does that running sheet contain information relating to other inquiries or investigations relating to other missing persons, or is it solely related to the case-specific individual missing person?
There's a running sheet as such of detail, inquiries that you've made in that particular case, which is attached to that file, and then the occurrence sheet, which was completed each day, has every inquiry that the office has made on that day.
And
so there's two different things. One's the file, the other's the occurrence sheet.
And the occurrence sheet goes to a more senior officer?
Copy of it went to the inspector.
And was that for review, or what was the purpose for that?
No, just to let him know what we had done during the day and what had transpired.
And in terms of retention of the case file, including the running sheet, when you retired, had paper files been moved across to electronic files?
No.
Do I take it that in 1997, 1998, you were running a paper file system for case files within the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes, we were.
And when you retired, to your knowledge, where were the paper-based case files for a missing person retained or stored within Queensland Police?
Within our office.
Within the Missing Persons Bureau. Do you know whether, Ms McKegney, they had any external or out-of-office storage for old files, case files, or not?
No, at the time that I retired, I was in battle, you could say, with them about archiving the records, because under the Archive Act they should have been retained, but there was people in the higher administration that were trying to put them onto a digital base. I don't know what the outcome of that was.
In relation to individual officers and their diary pads or notepads, was there a system, to your knowledge, in 1997 or 1998 for officers to record some information in relation to their investigations of a missing person in their diary pads or notepads?
Yes, we all maintained a diary.
And to your understanding, what was the purpose of maintaining that diary in circumstances where there was a case file containing a detailed running sheet?
I don't understand your question.
I'm just wanting to explore with you, Ms McKechnie, your understanding of why officers made notes in their diaries in circumstances where there was a case file for a missing person which contained a detailed running sheet.
It was just a procedure that we had. We all had to do maintain a diary as to what inquiries we'd done throughout that day.
And from your observations and from your experience, was that diary a summary or a shorthand form of what had taken place that day?
Yes.
And again, from your observations and based on your experience in 1997 and 1998, did the running sheet ordinarily contain more detail about specific inquiries or investigations pertaining to a missing person?
No, the diary, your personal diary, most likely had more detail in it than the current sheet that we put through to the inspector.
We heard some evidence yesterday from Paula McKenzie, who, if I recall correctly, has given evidence contrary to what you've just stated now. Her evidence was that the running sheet contained more detail and that the diary was just a shorthand version of what had occurred on the running sheet.
Well, it depended who was typing it up as to how much detail they put in.
If an officer, I withdraw that, in relation to inquiries of banking institutions, what, if any, procedures or protocols or practice was in place in 1997 or 1998 to make inquiries of a missing person's bank account details?
If we needed to contact the banks, we rang through to that particular bank and we asked them for details in relation to any accounts held. The financial status of the account was never discussed because that was a privacy issue, and they would normally tell us if there'd been a transaction, if that person held an account at that bank, if there'd been a transaction, the date of the transaction and the location of the transaction.
Do you have any knowledge or recollection of a practice in 1997 or 1998 of sending a fax to security investigation units within specific banks?
If it was requested, yes, they would have sent a fax.
And if an officer within the Queensland Missing Persons Bureau received a response from a fax to a bank relating to a specific person and a telephone conversation was had whereby a banking officer informs the police officer that the missing person has been located safe and well but does not want her whereabouts disclosed, based on your experience and as the supervisor of the Queensland Missing Persons Bureau in 1997 and 1998, what, if any, verification or checks would that officer have done to verify the matters relating to location of a missing person?
Well, I used to always maintain that we needed to talk to the actual missing person, or that the missing person needed to have been cited for them to be located.
And if the missing person had informed the bank that they did not want their whereabouts disclosed and were starting a new life, what, if anything, based on your experience, what the Queensland Police have done by way of verification?
I can't answer that question because I don't remember any occasion that happened.
there's some... Her Honour has heard some evidence in relation to this inquest that Ms McKenzie had a telephone conversation with a female bank officer from the State Colonial Bank to the effect that the bank officer insisted that she had satisfied herself that the missing person, Marion Barter, had attended the bank and that the bank teller had dealt with Marion Barter personally, and that the bank teller, based on Ms McKenzie's recollection, had been very thorough in confirming Marion Barter's identification because a large transaction was being made. If you just assume that for the time being, what, in your opinion, should Ms McKenzie have done to verify the information she'd received on that occasion from the bank teller from the Colonial State Bank?
Well, I think that she would have acted appropriately and that she was an accomplished investigator. And if she was satisfied, having spoken to the bank teller, that they had verified that it was Marion Barter, then I would have accepted it.
In that circumstances, in your opinion, Ms McKechnie, what documentation should have been made recording that interaction between police and the bank officer?
I would have expected that Paula would have made notes to that effect on the file and in her diary.
She has, that is, Ms McKenzie recorded in her diary, and I can inform you we do not have the running sheet. Her diary note for the 1st of December 1997 records the following: Barter, Wilson, Marion, 3 October 45, missing from England, missing since August 1997, missing person located safe and well, whereabouts not to be disclosed, inquirer advised. Is that an adequate note in an officer's diary, in your opinion, or not?
Yes, I would think so.
And in circumstances where your unit is informed that a missing person does not want their whereabouts to be disclosed, what, if anything, can you do to allay concerns that family members or friends may have in relation to that missing person?
Just advise them that the inquiries have been conducted and that the circumstances are that the person doesn't want their whereabouts to be disclosed.
Would, to your knowledge, officers provide advice about engaging private investigators or the like?
Not normally.
Yes, Ms McKechnie, thank you. That concludes my questions. There may be some other questions from other representatives, so please bear with us for a moment.
Ms Burke.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms McKechnie, I just want to clarify something in relation to your evidence about the occurrence sheet, the running sheet and the diary. In answer to Mr Castleton's question about the running sheet as to whether it was more detailed than notes, your answer was it depended on how much information was being typed. Were you referring to the occurrence sheet rather than the notes?
Yeah, The occurrence sheet was a typed record, and the running sheet that you attached to the file was handwritten.
So is it the case that the running sheet was the detailed information? The occurrence sheet that was typed up was a summary of the running sheet information, and the notes were also a summary but in handwritten form. Would that be correct?
What notes are you referring to in the last instance?
Police notes, the diary notes.
Yeah, the diary notes were a brief summary.
So the diary notes would not be more detailed than the running sheet, is that right?
No, the running sheet and on the missing person file was what held most information as to exactly what you'd done, who you'd spoken to. And then the occurrence sheet, which you typed at the end of shift, was just a brief summary of what inquiries you'd conducted that day. And your diary was also a summary of what you'd done on that particular day.
Thank you. As at the time that you retired from the Missing Persons Bureau, were you aware as to whether any missing persons case files were archived at all with Queensland State Archival Division?
To my knowledge, no, there hadn't been.
Was the Queensland police case files archived separately from state government archives?
I have no idea.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms McKechnie, in answer to a question from Mr Castleton about what verification or checks an officer would have done in a situation where they were told by a bank officer that someone had been found safe and well, your answer was, I think, that you used Persons Bureau had to talk.
Or I had to, yes.
Just that you thought should be employed in your time as the officer in charge.
I can't remember whether it was written a practice that I tried to enforce.
So you then gave evidence that in this particular case, person had been located safe and well with as a deviation from the normal practice and Missing Persons Bureau and
Said it was a deviation. Well, she was satisfied, told that the person that they'd spoken to was the missing person and that was the information that they'd given, then she would have passed that back to the Salvation Army. Yes.
and safe and well recorded. And I think your answer. Now, Ms McKenzie didn't.
Her diary notes are only as was. I would have expected her to have more detail in the file.
Of information to close a bank officer to be recorded. But during practice, Army and Red Cross, rather than the person's investigation.
Because it hadn't been reported to the... We had totally different investigate missing people, a concern for the welfare and safety of the missing person. There'd been a breakdown in family communications, and it was a missing person inquiry.
Missing Persons Bureau in Queensland in charge investigation of missing persons itself, investigation, or
The Missing Persons Bureau, and body was reported missing.
does that mean that process?
No, we probably held responsibility. It was to be referred to a court that I was there.
Be given to the Salvation Army?
Instance you're talking?
There were any restrictions on the type of information that police might have, so they would divulge.
No, I can't recall that we've given them what you call sensitive information. We've given them the information that we thought was relevant to their inquiry.
In circumstances
Yes,
where
they were assisting our investigation, and it gave us a lead as to where we needed to direct that investigation.
yes, and given that you held that view, in your experience, were you reluctant to question or double check the information that was provided to the Missing Persons Bureau by banks, or fear of upsetting that relationship?
Word?
In the ordinary course, that information.
No, if we were told that somebody had made a transaction and say, for instance, it was in New South Wales, or it was, we would then found that we had an inquiry action in New South Wales.
Here, where Paula McKenzie was told by an officer at the Colonial State Bank that Marion Barter had been located safe and well. Does it follow from the answer you've just given that some follow-up should have been sent to the Colonial State Bank to confirm that?
No, if she'd made inquiries with the bank and that was what the bank had told her, then why would she need to question them?
Now, paragraph 15 of your statement, you say that the Salvation Army in the ordinary course would contact missing persons as a last resort.
Yes.
In your time as the officer in charge, were you aware of situations where the Missing Persons Bureau and the Salvation Army would effectively be investigating the same missing persons case at the same time, that is, in parallel?
No, because we normally dealt with two totally different circumstances of missing people. The Salvation Army were looking for people where there'd been a breakdown in a family unit. The police were looking for people who had failed to come home from school, hadn't returned from work, and there was concern for their welfare and safety, immediate concern for their welfare and safety. So we had two totally different, in my opinion, roles.
And do you recall a person by the name of Betty Brown from the Salvation Army?
Yes, I do.
And if you take it from me that she gave evidence in this inquest that from time to time the Salvation Army and the Missing Persons Bureau in Queensland would both work on missing person cases at the same time, does that come as a surprise to you in light of the evidence you've just given?
Well, I mean, Marion, she may be referring to this particular case where she's rung us and we're making inquiries on her behalf. Well, yes, we would both be working on the same case.
Yes, but only in that limited sense.
To my memory, yes.
Yes. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything arise? Mr Castleton.
Just some short matters, if I may, Your Honour.
Yes.
Ms McKechnie, you mentioned the running sheet in some answers to questions from Mr Smith. Would you expect, in that scenario where a bank teller has informed an officer within the Missing Persons Bureau that a missing person has been located safe and well, would you expect that the name of that bank teller be recorded in the running sheet as opposed to the individual officer's diary pad?
Yes, I would.
And
I would expect it to be on the physical missing person file.
And would you expect also that a contact telephone number also be recorded on that running sheet together with the bank teller's name?
Phone number for who?
For the bank teller who's provided the information that a missing person has been located safe and well?
Not necessarily that she would have recorded the phone number. She would have just recorded the bank and possibly the teller's name that she'd spoken to.
Thank you. And do I understand your evidence correctly in response to a question from Mr Smith that the Missing Persons Bureau would take inquiries direct from family members or members of the public concerned of the well-being of a missing person?
No, we didn't take the initial missing person file report. It was always made at a suburban police station.
Was that the usual practice whereby there may have been some exceptions to the usual practice? The reason I ask you this, Ms McKechnie, is that the first entry for Paula McKenzie in her diary note relating to Marion Barter is a diary entry dated the 22nd of November 1997, and it reads as follows: Barter, Wilson, Marion, 3 October 45, long call to inquirer. Missing person has returned from England without contacting family. Missing person has accessed $95,000 from her bank account. Family concerned, as this is completely out of character for the missing person. Inquiries continue. And then I'd ask you to assume that the next day, the 23rd of November, the following day, the 24th of November, the 25th of November, and the 1st of December 1997, Ms McKenzie has recorded inquiries that she has made in relation to Marion Barter. You just assume that, and also finally assume that the first call recorded in Ms McKechnie's diary on 22 November 1997 appears to have come from Marion Barter's daughter, Sally. If you assume those matters, would you agree that in relation to this missing person case file, that the Missing Persons Bureau, through Paula McKenzie, has made inquiries in relation to Marion Barter for a family member?
I would have expected that Paula would have advised that family, if it was to be a police file, that they needed to go to a suburban police station and report it as such. We would quite often take phone inquiries from parents who were concerned, and we would advise them that they either had to go to the Salvation Army or to Red Cross or to the local police station, depending on the circumstances that they were inquiring about.
Your Honour, I object to this line of questioning in the sense of one of the assumptions it's based on was that...
The assumption's either provable or not, Your Honour.
Well, in my submission, the assumption's inconsistent with the evidence that was given yesterday about the meaning of the diary note to inquirer.
Well, it's a matter for competing inferences ultimately, Your Honour, but there is an inference available, I would respectfully submit, that Ms Mackenzie had a telephone conversation with Sally Layden on the 22nd of November 1997. And that inference, I submit, is available because there is evidence that the relevant phone number was Sally Layden, then Barter, landline for that period of time in 1997.
That's right, Mr Smith. It is an inference that is available.
May I please?
Ms Mackenzie, returning to your response to my last question, if you assume that there are diary entries following the 22nd of November 1997 for about a week, whereby Paula Mackenzie has recorded contacting the missing person's sister, making inquiries with the Department of Immigration, making inquiries with the Colonial State Bank, receiving telephone calls from bank tellers from the Colonial State Bank. Based on my earlier assumptions, will you accept that it appears, at least based on the evidence contained within Ms Mackechnie's diaries, that she was undertaking investigations for a family member or a member of the public concerned about Marion Barter, not the Salvation Army Family Tracing Unit, for example?
I can't speak for what Paula was doing.
All right, thank you, Your Honour. That concludes my re-examination.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Mackechnie, making yourself available. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, just as a matter of housekeeping, may I advise that I've got instructions that there is no objection to the proposed short minutes of order.
Thank you. I note that there is an amendment to be made, and we've got that amendment. So,
yes, I can provide to Your Honour a short minute of order which correctly identifies the last interim protective orders that Your Honour made on the 25th of January this year.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll lift my previous order and make this order now.
No, please, Your Honour.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. The next witness this morning is Detective Senior Constable Sheehan, who's present in court, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Yes.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say, I do.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Detective, would you please state your full name?
My name is Gary Andrew Sheehan, spelled S-H-E-E-H-A-N.
And are you a Detective Senior Constable with the New South Wales Police?
Yes.
And are you stationed here at Byron Bay?
Yes.
Detective, you were, for a period, the officer in charge in relation to the investigation into the disappearance of Marion Barter, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And have you previously provided to Her Honour a witness statement?
Yes.
And have given evidence in relation to Marion Barter's disappearance at Inquest last year?
That's correct.
I just wanted to ask you whether you have had an opportunity, before giving your evidence this morning, to read some evidence that was given by Marion Barter's daughter, Sally Layden, on the 1st of July last year.
Yes, I have.
That related to an interaction that Ms Layden described that she had with you in May of 2011.
Yes.
Your Honour, the relevant passage of this evidence is found on the 1st of July 2021, commencing at page 10, line 29, through to page 11, about line 23.
Thank you.
Having read that evidence that Ms Layden gave in court last year, what, if anything, do you wish to say by way of response?
Throughout my career, it's always been my practice when I've been involved with sensitive information from other agencies, some of which carries caveats that information isn't to be disclosed to third parties without approval. I've always maintained the fact that I zealously guarded that information, and I don't release it to anybody. As unfortunate as some circumstances are, I'm very mindful that if I was to release that information, I'd be committing an offence. And my general day-to-day duties, I just don't do that.
Do you reject the assertion that you provided confidential information to Ms Layden that was contained within documents that you had with you on that visit to her house in May of 2011?
Yes, I reject that.
Your Honour, they're my questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr Smith?
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Senior Constable Sheehan, in light of that answer you just gave, what information, if any, about Marion Barter do you say you did disclose in that interaction in May 2011?
I told, from memory, I told Sally and her husband that it was my belief that her mother had changed her name and had returned to Australia, and that she had indicated that she didn't wish to have any further association with the family.
But you didn't tell them the source of that information. Is that your evidence?
No, that's correct.
Your Honour, could the witness please be shown page 170, volume 1 of the brief?
Yes.
Mr Smith, because we had pagination difficulties last time, can you describe what that document looks like?
Yes, it's the top of it is an email. It says, forward MP Marion Barter. There's a signature box that says messaging in collaboration. And then in the middle of the page, there's an email from Julie Dean to Constable Sheehan dated 17 October 2011.
Thank you.
You have that, Senior Constable?
Not yet.
No, I don't.
Having a bit of trouble with an overfull lever arch volume. Yes, we have that now, Mr.
Do you recognise this document, Senior Counsel Sheehan?
Just bear with me, Mr. Smith. Yes, I've read that.
Yes. And this is the email you received from Julie Dean, effectively containing a sign-off from the manager of the Missing Persons Unit about your report suggesting that Marion Barter should be removed from the Missing Persons Register. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you see there in the signature block of Julie Dean, it has Sergeant Operation Ferenz.
Mr. Smith, can I just ask you to pause for a moment? We've had maybe a minor blackout of sorts. We can hear you, but we've lost vision and we've lost lighting.
We've lost recording.
And we've lost recording, and the lights have gone out, unfortunately, here in the local court in Byron Bay.
Yes, I can't see you.
Would it have been appropriate time, Your Honour, to adjourn?
We'll adjourn. Perhaps we should adjourn till further notice at this stage. So just if people would just stay close by, because it may
Your Honour, just so that it's clear to the parties and the public who are participating via the live stream, can I inform my learned friends that the reason for the delay and the need for adjournment was that there has been a blackout in and around the Byron Bay area. Clearly electricity has been restored, but there was an additional delay in ensuring that the transcription service was working adequately. So I do apologise for that delay, but it was beyond our control.
Yes.
Your Honour, Detective Sheen is in the witness box and his examination can resume.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Senior Constable Sheen, I just want to go back to your earlier evidence this morning. And as I understood it, your evidence was in the interaction in May 2011, you told Sally and Chris Layden that Marion Barter had changed her name, correct?
Yes.
But is it your evidence that you didn't tell Sally and Chris Layden in that interaction what name she had changed her name to?
That's correct.
And is that because you say that was confidential information?
Yes.
And I suggest to you that you showed Sally and Chris Layden an A4 piece of paper that had all of Marion Barter's previous names on it and the new name Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel. What do you say to that?
I reject that.
And so it's your evidence that you never told the Layden family the name Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if you could just go back to page 170 of the brief of evidence, which I took you to earlier.
Yes, I still have that.
And I was asking you about the signature block of Julie Dean, and you see there it's Sergeant Operation Firenze.
Yes.
Do you know what Operation Firenze was?
I have a very basic recollection that it was an operation carried out by the Missing Persons Unit in regards to long-term missing persons, but I'm not privy to the, well, I'm sorry, I don't recall what the specifics were.
And could the witness be shown MFI A, please?
Thank you.
And if you could go to page 2 of that. Can you come?
Yes, I see that.
You see that's an email from Adam Marsh to you on 23rd of March 2011?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the court who Adam Marsh was?
Well, it says here he's from the Missing Persons Unit.
But you don't have any recollection of who he was?
I've never heard of him.
And you see there in the email to you, or firstly in the subject line, it's got the words MP Barter Operation Firenze. Do you understand that to be missing person Barter? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the email says, in relation to outstanding items required by Operation Firenze for missing person Marion Barter, the following items are still outstanding.
Yes.
So I take it you have no recollection of receiving this email?
No independent recollection, no.
Yes. And you don't refer to it in your statement?
No.
And you'll see the date of this email is March 2011, and then the email I took you to previously from Julie Dean is October 2011, when your investigation was finalised.
I'll take your word for it. I don't have that document with me again now, but yes, I accept that.
So you're not able to say between March 2011 and October 2011, when your investigation was finalised, whether you followed up the items that were set out to you in this email from Adam Mark?
No, I don't remember receiving this email.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms Burke.
Thank you, Your Honour. Detective, could I just get you to go to the transcript of Miss Layden for the 30th of June 2021, at page 60.
Now, we'll just have to get that for the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Do we have the transcript available? 30th of June.
That's correct, Your Honour, at page 60.
Page 60. It might take a moment.
Yes, transcript.
We don't have a hard copy, Ms Berg.
The witness can be provided with mine. I can indicate that. Can I inquire of my learned friend, through Your Honour, is it only page 60 of the 30th of June 2021?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, Your Honour, at point 5. I
Thank
can
you.
read it over the transcript if it's of assistance, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I'm happy to provide my copy to the witness, and I can indicate to Your Honour that there are no markings in relation to that aspect.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Yes, we have that now, Ms Berg. The witness has it.
Thank you. Detective, if you could just read at point 5, the answer to point 5, commencing with "I have also been" to the end of that sentence, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, I've read that.
Thank you. Detective, would you have said words that has been asserted by Ms Layden in that transcript of evidence to her?
No, I wouldn't have. I had no idea what Graham Childs did back in 1997. I wouldn't have made that comment.
Would you have provided Ms Layden with Senior Constable Child's actual name?
I may have mentioned his name, but I can't be certain.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Yes, thank you. Mr Castleton.
Nothing arising. No, please, Your Honour.
Thanks very much.
I just have one further question, Your Honour, arising from that.
Yes, Mr Smith.
Detective Senior Constable, was your evidence just then that you had no idea what Graham Childs did in 1997? Is that correct?
In regards to those, what was said by Sally in that paragraph?
That particular matter as opposed to in general?
No, I know that he created a narrative and created an event, but beyond that, I have no idea what he did.
But you did speak to him about the COPS event, didn't you?
Yeah, I took a statement from him, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, the next witness on the list today is Graham Smith, and I don't know whether he has joined the virtual courtroom.
All right, we'll just check. Mr Smith, can you hear us? Oh.
I'm told, Your Honour, that a short adjournment may be necessary to join with Mr Smith virtually.
We'll take a 5-minute adjournment.
May it please, Your Honour.
Stand now. Temporary adjournment. silence or stay. Court's no issue.
Your Honour, I call Graham Smith, who has joined the virtual courtroom.
Mr. Smith, can you see and hear us?
I've just done something silly. I've played with a button and I've lost vision, which is all right. I can hear you.
Well, we can see and hear you clearly.
Yeah, I think I can fix it. There you go. I fixed it.
Oh,
Now
excellent.
I can see it.
All right, thank you. I'll just ask the court officer to, if you take an oath or an affirmation.
An oath will be fine.
An oath? Yes.
Yes.
You can hear me, Mr. Smith, clearly? You can hear me, Mr. Smith, there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? They say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, Mr. Castellan.
Please state your full name.
Graham Lawrence Smith.
Your present occupation.
I work for the Commonwealth Bank as a senior manager, speak up resolutions.
And have you previously provided, as part of the inquest into the disappearance of Marion Barter, a statement?
Yes, I have.
And did you give evidence in the inquest last year on the 22nd of June 2021?
Yes, I did.
Has the Commonwealth Bank, to your knowledge, recently produced some records relating to Frederick David de Habervery?
Yes, I have.
And do those records relate to applications to the Commonwealth Bank of Australia for safe custody envelopes and safe custody boxes?
Yes, they do.
And do you have with you this afternoon, Mr. Smith, the documents that were recently produced by the Commonwealth Bank to the New South Wales Coroners Court?
Yes, I do.
And can I just confirm with you, please, that the bundle that you have with you is 13 pages in total? My apologies, 12 pages in total?
Yes, 12 pages, yes.
Your Honour, the documents to which I am referring to were marked Exhibit 11 by Your Honour this morning. Now, can we start towards the back of the bundle, please, Mr. Smith, at page 7. And do you see there a document on Commonwealth Bank paper with the handwritten note at about point 3 of the page in the name of Frederick David de Habervery?
Yes, I do.
What is the document that one sees at page 7 of Exhibit 11?
Okay, so that's an authority that's been lodged. It's an automated funds transfer for payment of safe custody lodgements. And it relates to a safe custody lodgement that was made at Ballina on the 14th of the 10th, 1997 with a reference number 3810.
And do you discern from the document on page 7 of Exhibit 11 that the safe custody envelope was lodged at Ballina by reason of reference to Ballina, New South Wales, and the branch number for Ballina being 2502?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's found, is it not, towards the top of the page, adjacent to the words "send to"?
Correct. That's right. Yes.
And in relation to the debiting to which you referred, is the account from which the fee was to be deducted found firstly at the top right-hand corner of the document under the words account identification number?
Yes, that's right. Account number Sorry. Yep.
Thank you. And that account number is reproduced, is it not, towards the bottom right-hand side of the page in handwriting?
Yes, that's right.
And am I correct in understanding that adjacent to that handwritten account number is a date bearing the entry 2 April 1992?
Yes.
And was that account number ending in the 4 digits 3738 a joint account opened between Frederick David de Haverberry and Diane de Haverberry?
Yes, it was.
Now, can I ask you then, please, to turn to page 8 of Exhibit 11. And again, what is the document that one sees on page 8 of Exhibit 11?
Okay, this is a cancellation of that authority previously we spoke about. At the top of the page, you'll see automated funds transfer, delete an existing authority, and it relates back to that safe custody holding.
And was that particular facility cancelled on the 27th of October 1997?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's some 13 days after it was initially opened, as we know from the previous page, page 7, on the 14th of October 1997.
That's correct, yes.
And in relation to a safe custody envelope, who can have access to a safe custody envelope apart from the account holder?
Only the account holder.
The bank cannot have access to the contents of a safe custody envelope, I take it?
No, we secure it on behalf of the customer.
And in relation to this safe custody envelope, are the customers both Frederick David de Haverberry and Diane de Haverberry, or is it just Frederick David de Haverberry in circumstances where he has provided the authorisation?
Just in the name of Frederick.
And
for the
are you
custody facility? Sorry.
Thank you. Are you able to say what the size of the safe custody envelope was by reference to the standard amount required by the bank to open that facility?
I can't say exactly what the size of that would have been. In the normal sense, it's an envelope that could be up to basically an A3 size scenario.
Thank you. Reference is made both on page 7 and 8 to CBA, being Commonwealth Bank of Australia standard envelope. Does that assist you in narrowing down the size or not?
No, I think envelopes come in standard sizes depending on what you want to use it for. I can't say exactly to that. I can't answer that question exactly.
And is it the position that a customer of the Commonwealth Bank who has opened up a safe custody facility can put anything in that envelope to the extent that the envelope will hold it without any problems occurring?
That's correct, yes.
And that could be anything from important documents, cash, jewellery, or any other thing that may fit within that standard CBA envelope?
That's correct, yes.
Before we move on to the next document, can I just take you back in, please, to page 8. And, Mr. Smith, you'll see about point 4 of the page, credit account number, and it commences with a 2502. Then it goes on 7109310. That appears to be an account number, at the Ballina branch. Are you able to say what account that may relate to?
It would have been the account titles underneath there as well, but it's a bank general ledger number where the fees would be credited to for the safe custody facility.
And in this case, it was a fee of $13
Yes.
to have the particular safe custody facility opened.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Could I ask you to move forward in the bundle, Exhibit 11, to page 6. And do we see another authorisation from Mr de Havilland in respect of a safe custody envelope to open on the 27th of July 1999?
Yes.
Now, you see, at about 4, the section I, we is blank. You see that?
Yep. Yes.
And then one goes to the foot of the document. There's a signature and a name, and then identification details. Is that identification details to which we see the last 4 numbers, 3738, the joint account between Frederick and Diane de Havilland?
Yes, it is.
And again, consistent with the earlier document found at page 7, it relates to a joint account between those two customers of the bank opened on the 2nd of April 1992.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, if one then goes to the next document, which is page 5, do I understand correctly in relation to this document that the safe custody envelope facility was cancelled on or about the 11th of August 2000?
Yes, that's correct.
And was this a CBA standard safe custody envelope facility, similar to the one that was open and cancelled in 1997, or not?
Well, that's a little bit harder for me to determine on this occasion. If we go back to page 6, the lodgement says where a packet or box was held, so I can't tell you which was what they held.
The fee in 1997, it appears to have been $13 for a safe custody envelope. About 2 years later, the fee is $45. Does that fee of $45 assist you in determining the size of the safe custody envelope or not?
No, I don't have a history of fees, but I know they...
You've just gone on mute, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, we just missed the end of your last answer, saying... No, you're still on mute, I'm afraid.
He's not showing up as on mute on the right-hand side of the screen, as far as I can see.
Mr. Smith, can you hear me? And if you can you please say yes? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. I notice Your Honour, Ms Burke is shaking her head laterally. I take it, Ms Burke, you can't hear Mr. Smith?
No, I can't at all, Mr. Castleton. I heard some voices in the background just before his sound dropped out, so I don't know whether that had anything to do with it or not.
Can I just check with Mr. Smith that Mr. Smith can hear me clearly? Mr. Smith, can you hear me? and we seem to have lost sound.
He's nodding, saying yes. Thumbs up.
Yeah, he's nodding and putting his thumb up, showing that he can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, I think we have to.
We may, apologies to the parties, but we may need to log out and log back in so that we can restore sound from Mr. Smith.
Or is it just Mr. Smith that needs to?
Well, Mr. Smith, could you please just log out yourself and log back in, and if the other parties could remain online, hopefully that will rectify the issue.
Hello.
Yes, it's working. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, Mr. Kessler.
Thank you, right. Everyone appears to be present. Mr. Smith, I was just asking you before we lost audio whether the fact that the fee in 1999 was $45 for a safe custody envelope, whether that assisted you in determining the size of the envelope or not?
No, it doesn't, because I don't know the rate of fees, and with bank fees they did increase, but I can't speak to what the fees were at a particular point in time.
Right. And do I understand correctly that in terms of the safe custody envelope that was opened in 1999, that is the 27th of July 1999, and was closed on the 11th of August 2000, that was held at the Ballina branch of the
Yes, it was.
And was that a facility only accessible by Mr. Frederick David de Heberberry?
Yes, it was.
Can I then, Mr. Smith, take you, please, to page 3 and also 4 of Exhibit 11. Does one see, firstly on page 4, a direct debit request for Frederick David and Diane de Heberberry in relation to a safe deposit safe facility?
That's right.
And having regard to page 3 and 4 and any other documents that are contained with Exhibit 11, was this a safe custody facility open in their joint names or in one particular individual?
Just in one particular, well, just in Frederick's name.
And do you take that from page 3 where it says standard fee amount $285 commencing on 20 September 2006, I, Frederick de Heberberry, authorise the bank to debit the above account with the annual fee payable for safe custody?
There's that, and there's other inquiries I've undertaken that has established that it was only in the single name.
Right. And what were those inquiries?
I've undertaken inquiries with the branch itself at 48 Martin Place, Sydney, which is documented there on page 3, and they came back with an answer response to that to tell me that was in that name.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And did they provide any records, or was it just a verbal verification?
No, they provided me with some information, some documented information.
And do we see that information towards the end of the bundle, commencing perhaps page 11 and also page 12?
Okay, so this is a different information to what I received, but it does speak to that facility.
I'll return to those pages in a moment, but returning, if I may, please, Mr. Smith, to page 3, does that document within Exhibit 11 indicate that a safe custody facility was open on the 16th of January 2006?
Yes.
And are you able to say whether it was a safe custody?
Sorry, can I change? I just need to change that answer
Certainly.
there. That authority was set up on the 16th of January 2006. I don't believe it's the same date as the facility was opened.
Do you know when the facility was opened?
Yes, I do. Just bear with me 1 second, sorry.
Does page 12 help you?
Yeah, I was looking at page 12, but it's yeah, page 12 actually does. It says the 20th of September 2005 that open.
And do you deduce from that record that a safe custody facility was opened at the Sydney branch, being 48 Martin Place, by reference to the postcode 2000?
That's the branch number where for 48 Martin Place 2000, where Ballina was 2502. 48 Martin Place is branch 2000.
Right. Now, returning to my earlier question, are you able to indicate whether this was an envelope or a box in relation to this facility?
It was within the vaults, and so they took out a vault.
And if I can ask you please to turn to page 11.
Yes.
Does that document indicate that in relation to Willie David Coppenow, sole owner of SC, does that mean safe custody product?
Yes, safe custody.
That the facility type was the safe custody vault, and beneath those words are there certain dimensions?
Yes.
23 by 27 by 50 centimetres, giving 3,000, giving, I've been there, a cubic centimetre in measurement, and that's a box, I take it?
Yeah, it would be a secure drawer that would be pulled out and locked away.
And locked away in the safe custody vault at the Marketplace branch of CBA in Sydney.
That's right. This that particular branch has got a specific area that's just full of all these areas, drawers and many storage facilities that are locked away. Resembles. It is a big vault in itself, so everything's secured within the big vault.
And to access either a safe custody box held within a vault at the Sydney office or an envelope at a regional branch such as Ballina, what identification does one ordinarily have to produce to the bank to satisfy the bank that that person is the account holder to access the safe storage facility?
Well, there is, I can't talk specifically, but I know, for instance, there are records of customer signatures on our customer database, which we refer to as ComSig. So we can look signatures, for instance. If they wanted to cite photo identification, they would normally ask for a driver's licence or some other form of photo ID. but I don't know the exact process as far as that goes to.
Can I ask you to turn to page 4 of Exhibit 11, please, Mr. Smith? This is the direct debit request. Reference is made to a tick is in a box adjacent to the following: safe deposit, safe facility, and then the number 082418. Do you know what that refers to or may mean?
No, I don't. I don't know what that number is.
And from your reading of this document on page 4, is the direct debit to come from that same joint account between Frederick David and Diane de Heverberry?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, from your reading of page 4 of Exhibit 11, had that account been moved to the Caringbah branch of the Commonwealth Bank by that time, being 13 January 2006?
No. What that means is that would be something that's incorrect. Basically, the account where originally opened, which was at Ballina, remains the same. A customer can transact at any branch, and basically with our ComSeek system, you can pull up. It's like having a portable branch. Whatever branch you walk into, you can see the same documents as you would at Ballina. So had this form been filled out correctly, that should have been recorded as CBA Ballina at that section. Then it goes and records the customer's current address.
And the last topic I wish to take you to commences at page 11 and includes page 12. If you could bring that up, please, Mr. Smith. You said in earlier evidence this afternoon that the safe custody box was opened on the 20th of September 2005. I just want to check that whether 2005 may be a date error. Do you see on page 11 the date 20 September 2006 annual fee, $285?
Yeah. Sorry, I've just got some other information that I'm relying on. Bear with me.
Would the annual fee, Mr. Smith, be payable on opening the facility?
I'm not sure.
Or in 12 months' time?
It definitely 12 months' time, but I'm not sure if there's a fee payable upon lodgement.
Right. But do I understand your evidence that by reference to page 12 and the date entry at the top of the page, 20 September 2005, with the date stamp 11:13:28 a.m., that's when the account was opened?
Yes, that's what I believe. I'm just getting clarification because I got some other emails sent to me direct from the 48 Martin Place branch, and confirming exactly the dates held.
And whilst you're searching for that, do you agree that based on the information on page 12 of Exhibit 11 that particular safety box was closed, or the facility closed, on the 16th of July 2007?
And in an email that was sent to me from the 48 Martin Place Sydney branch, they said to me that the safe deposit bolt was taken out on the 20th of the 9th, 2005, and it was surrendered on the 16th of December 2007.
And finally, by reference to page 12, do I understand correctly, under the column event where one sees access throughout, that's accessed by the customer, Mr de Haverberry?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's customer maintenance, confirmation of successful maintenance product action, and reference seems to be made to the Caringbah branch of the CBA. What does that mean?
I've lost sound again.
Mr Smith, we've lost sound. You're right. I do notice the time. There may well be some other questions by other parties. Perhaps if it's convenient to Your Honour that Your Honour adjourns for the lunch and adjournment and we recommence at 2:15.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll adjourn and resume at 2:15.
Silence, please. All stands. Temporary adjournment. Silence, please all stand. Court's now resumed.
Your Honour, Mr Smith is present. Can you hear me clearly, Mr Smith?
Yes, I can.
Before the luncheon adjournment, I was just asking whether you could assist Her Honour in understanding why there is two references to Caringbah, that is the Caringbah branch of the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, on page 12 of Exhibit 11.
Yeah. Yes. That relates to the customer going into the Caringbah branch on that date and lodging that automated funds transfer authority that dates back to, or relates back to
Page 4 or page 3?
Page 3. Oh, page 4. Sorry, yeah, page 4.
Yeah, and also it seems on page 3 there's reference to
and
the
page
same.
3 as well, yes.
Yes.
So page 3 and page 4.
And that was, do I understand your evidence earlier today, to pay for the facility fee to have the safe custody box present within the Martin Place branch in Sydney in the vault there?
Yeah, that's right. That's to pay for the annual fee for it.
Thank you, Mr Smith. There are my questions. There may be some other questions of other parties.
Ms Burke.
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Smith, I just want to go back to a couple of aspects of your evidence last time, quickly, just to clarify a couple of matters. The first is, have you got your statement handy there?
Just a second. Yes, I've got it there.
And you see at paragraph 13, note that a residential and mailing address of Barclays Bank, Mint Street, Rye, London, was recorded on the profile at the time it was established in 2001. You see, you said that.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And the date 30 May 2001 is the date the Colonial State Bank profiles were transferred across to the Commonwealth Bank. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And so information on those profiles from before 2001 would be stored within that profile that was transferred across, correct?
That's right, yes.
And are you able to say from your examination of the records of the Commonwealth Bank when the address Barclays Bank, Mint Street, Rye, London was, when the profile had that address recorded to it?
No, I'm not able to ascertain that because that would have been, as you pointed out, transferred across into our books as at the 30th of May. And I haven't been successful in locating anyone who has access to Colonial State Bank records.
Thank you. Now, you'll see just above that, in paragraph 11, you've written that the date of birth recorded on the profile is 3 October 1948. You see that?
Yes.
And then at paragraph 29, information about the other profile for Marion Barter, and you say there that the date of birth on that profile is 1 October 1945.
Yes.
Now, if you accept from me that all the other evidence in this inquest indicates that Marion Barter's date of birth was the 3rd of October 1945, do you agree that it appears that both profiles have the wrong date of birth recorded to them?
Yes.
And
when it was, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, go on.
I was going to say that back in years and years ago, the credit card system wasn't all that spectacular, and it basically just got the month and year correct.
Yes, although we can see in terms of 3 October 1948, it hasn't got the year correct either. You see that?
No, I can't explain that one. So.
And in your experience and with your familiarity of the records of the Commonwealth Bank, is that an unusual circumstance that both dates of birth on the customer profiles would be wrong?
That's very unusual, yes.
Thank you. I just want to ask you a few more questions about the safe custody documents that Mr. Castleton's taken you to. You gave some evidence last time that there was generally a retention period of documents of 7 years. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And you also gave evidence that there were variances of the retention period depending on the type of document. Do you remember saying that?
Basically, yes, I would agree.
Can you just elaborate for the court on what those variances might be and the types of documents that you were referring to?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Smith and Your Honour. I'm getting an awful lot of feedback. It sounds like somebody needs to be on mute. I can barely hear the questions being asked and answered.
Yes, I'm also hearing it.
Thank you.
We're not hearing it in the courtroom, but I'd ask that if everyone could make sure that they are on mute. Is there an improvement?
That's much better. Thank you, Your Honour.
Oh, good.
Okay, just to go back over your point there, we get down to storage of records. There's things that have, depending on systems, certainly with bank statements in the Commonwealth Bank, I can still get back to 2004. So that's longer than the 7-year period. That's an electronic capture. Similar to the safe deposit system, that obviously catches a longer period of time since the history of the facility. The record in regards to transactions, there's two physical withdrawals and any reports associated to those that we've retained, they're only kept the 7 years. And I think that was half the problem why I couldn't track down any problems like that.
Yes, but safe custody documents of the type you've gone through today, they are usually kept for longer, is that right?
Yes, that's right. They're entered into a different type of system.
And then just coming back to Exhibit 11, and you were taking at page 7, which is the authority from the 14th of October 1997.
Did you say page 7?
Yes.
Yep.
And in the top right-hand corner, under the account identification number, there's an alpha code. See that? AAA.
Yes.
Does that have any meaning to you?
No, I don't know what that refers to.
And I think you gave evidence earlier that that account identification number referred to a joint account with the Commonwealth Bank of Frederick and Diane de Hedevari. Is that
yes.
right? Now, if you just go over the page to page 8, and you look in the top right-hand corner there, you see only FD de Hedevari. You see that?
Sorry, what am I looking at? The
top right-hand corner on page 8, and
yes.
Account title FD de Hedevari.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you go to page 5, which is the equivalent document from 2000, And if you look in the top right-hand corner, you see FD and D Dehedvari. Do you see that?
Yes.
So does that suggest to you that between 1997 and 2000, that account was changed from a sole account to a joint account?
No. I can't explain why there's a difference there. As far as my knowledge goes, and I've looked at the account, it was a joint account since it was opened, and it hasn't changed.
92.
Thank you. And then if you just go over the page to page 9, which is a document headed Instrument Evidencing Change of Name.
Yes.
And you can see at the top of the page, there's a stamp sideways saying, received 26 September 1994, Ballon, New South Wales.
Yes.
Down the right-hand side of the page, there's FD and D to Hedivari, and then that same account identification number in handwriting.
Yes.
And also at the bottom of the page, a handwritten certification that a true and correct copy of this document was cited as a balloner. You see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Does that suggest to you that this document was presented to the bank by the person who, or by the holders of that account on the 26th of September 1994?
It'd be more that at least Frederick presented it.
Yes.
I can't say that both parties were there.
Yes. And there's obviously a gap of 2 or 3 weeks between then. Oh, sorry. There's a gap of some years between then and the date of 1997 of the document on page 7.
Yes. Yep.
So it would appear to you that that's been lodged at some earlier point in time at the Ballina branch of the bank. Is that correct?
That's right.
And
I do believe I think the search terms of the subpoena was also looking for Richard Lloyd Westbury. So I'm not sure whether the employees who produced the information provided that just as a piece of evidence to show that the name change.
yes. And are you the person within the bank that did the searches in answer to that subpoena?
No, I did not.
And do you know if the searches the subpoena department does are different to the searches you can do?
They can do more than me. For instance, I can search the bank's ComC system, which is its current customer database, and that brings up a lot of records, but it doesn't bring up any safe custody records for me. And when I say that, I can look in the ComC profile, I can look at authorities and find an authority that may be a safe custody authority, but it doesn't show me any. It doesn't show me any facilities in their name, current or past.
Yes. And you gave some evidence earlier, just referring to page 7, that it appeared to you the authority was established on 14 October 1997 and cancelled on the 27th of October 1997, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
In your experience of Commonwealth Bank records of this kind, is that an unusually short period for a safe custody deposit to be cancelled within?
Well, it's a difficult question on the basis that, in my opinion, yes, but it's up to the customer how long they want to hold a facility.
And on page 8, and you were asking questions about this earlier, about halfway down there's a credit account number there. Do I understand correctly that that's effectively an administrative number that represents this facility within the bank that is then linked to the customer's actual bank account? Is that correct?
No. that account number that you refer to, the 25027109310, it belongs to the bank. It's a general ledger account. It's where the fees are paid into, so it goes into basically the bank's funds. It's a bank-owned account.
But for a person to open up an authority of this kind, they would have to have a Commonwealth Bank ordinary bank account themselves. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just a few lines down from that, there's the word frequency and then yearly 14. See that?
Yep.
Do you know what the 14 means after yearly?
That would be yearly 14 on the 14th day, which goes into the next payment date being 14/10/1998.
So that's a reference to the day. Okay.
Yeah.
And then if you just go back to page 6,
Yes.
and if you look at in the middle of the page in the table of information there, the second line, subtype CBA non-standard item. You see that?
Yes.
And you recall that the 1997 version of this document had CBA standard envelope.
Yes.
Are you able to say what sort of things might be deposited in a CBA non-standard item as to an envelope?
And look, I go back to my experience in a branch, and that's in the 80s. So customers could lodge an envelope. They could package in a small box. They could. It'd be up to the branch basically how big the customer could make a lodgement for, depending on how much space they had. So it's a good call out, because non-standard fee amount would mean it'd be a non-standard envelope, as in the sense of not an envelope.
Yes. And in your experience, would you expect the bigger the fee, the larger the item?
Well, again, yes, I agree with that, considering if you compare that to a bulk, where that is a much higher fee because it was a large area. But you're talking about things up in strong rooms in secure storage, and so it may be, I mean, I'm not even going to speculate. It'll be whatever the customer wanted to lodge, as long as the branch was available to store it.
Yeah. And in your experience, in a larger non-standard item, it could be any object that the customer wanted to deposit?
Yeah, it may be a metal, for instance, it may be a metal lock box.
Thank you. And if you just then go to page 4,
Yes, I'm ready.
and you were asked about the words safe deposit, safe facility, and there's a tick next to that.
Yes.
To your understanding, is there some conceptual distinction between a safe deposit, safe facility, and a safe custody facility, so to speak?
Yes. And again, this is depending on your location. Some branches have actual vaults where the customers can use secure boxes within them, and some don't. And so the facility would be lodging, going back the other way, lodging an envelope, a separate box that they've prepared. Against the safe would be something the bank's provided. Put documents in or whatever they want to lodge in that facility.
Yes. And this form related to a lodgement at the Martin Place.
That it, yes, it did.
Correct. And so, to your knowledge, it had these other types of facilities apart from simply safe custody. Is that right?
So, let's repeat.
To your knowledge, the Martin Place location had these other types of facilities of safe deposit, safe and night safe, not just safe custody. Is that right?
The Martin Place branch, which I worked at, it basically has a big safe area set aside for customers lodging safe deposit lodgements. They're all separate locked drawers of varying sizes that they take out at their own discretion depending on their needs. And again, this is all in a separate area of the branch located in the basement with security all around it. I don't know if that answers your question. Does it answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And a couple of times in your evidence today, you referred to the fact that you're looking at different information to answer a particular question.
Yes.
Can I just ask you what's the nature of that other information that you had regard to?
I just undertook an additional, after I've been approached, I undertook some additional inquiries just to verify information in the meantime about safe custody holdings. And I gathered up responses from both 48 Martin Place branch, from Ballina branch, and I also undertook some inquiries with our compliance team to try and establish information for today, so I was prepared.
And has all of the substance of those responses been conveyed by you in your evidence today?
There is certainly, I think there are 2 items I'm aware of that I don't think have been mentioned.
Could you just tell the court what they are?
There are 2 additional safe custody facilities that have been identified. I'll find that for you now.
Thanks.
Okay, the results came back in the name of Willie David Coppenoe, and there was 3 results under that name. One which was a crossover with Frederick de Havre, which was the 48 Martin Place Sydney safe deposit vault that we've spoken about. And I think on one of the documents there, towards the end, you'll see 2 names. You'll see Willie David Coppenoe's name appear, as well as Frederick.
That's on page 11, yes.
And then the other 2 items I came up with were a safe custody packet that was lodged at Pacific Fair, Broadbeach, Queensland. It was lodged. I don't have an open date, but it was closed on the 7th of the 3rd, 2016. And I have another. So that was a safe custody packet at Pacific Fair, closed on the 7th of the 3rd, 16. Actually, I have more information. Sorry, I didn't look at my email. So that first one I talked about was a safe custody packet. It was lodged on the 13th of the 4th, 7th of April 2011, and surrendered on the 7th of March 2016. And that had a reference number 535380. And then there was a second holding number 574714 that was lodged at the Pacific Fair Broadbeach, Queensland branch on the 1st of August 2013. It was a safe custody box, not a packet, it was a box. And it was again closed on the 7th of March 2016.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Smith. Anything arising, Mr Castleton?
Just one matter, if I may, Your Honour. Mr Smith, do you have in your possession documents from which you've obtained the information you've just provided to the court?
Yes, I do.
And are those documents documents in the custody or control of the Commonwealth Bank of Australia?
Sorry, let me go back a bit. I have an extract of the holdings that have been pasted into an email, and then additional details that have been recorded in the email to me that was sent back to me.
And do I understand that the means over which that information has come to your attention is because that information and documents is in the custody and control of the Commonwealth Bank of Australia?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr Smith. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, it may be a matter for another time, but we would seek that those documents that have just been referred to be produced or provided to the court one way or another.
Yes. We'll arrange for that to happen as soon as we can.
Thank you, Your Honour. And I just have one other minor housekeeping matter before Ms Layden gives evidence, and that is I took Detective Senior Constable Sheehan to MFIA.
Yes.
I note that that wasn't tendered as an exhibit. Now that I've taken with that, could I inquire of counsel assisting through Your Honour whether that will be tendered?
Can I answer it in this oblique way, Your Honour? I need to speak with Ms Burke and also Mr Smith about the providence and whether there are any restrictions in relation to that document being tendered.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Mr Castleton.
Thank you.
Your Honour, if it's convenient to the court, I propose now to call or recall Ms Sally Layden.
Sally, are you ready to go? You can see and hear us clearly?
I can. I just will let you know we're having a bit of a heat wave issue up here, and you can probably see I'm sitting in the dark. I still have power, but we have no lights, and we've had no air conditioning for most of the day, so it's extremely cold.
You poor thing. I feel for you.
I can
we can see you very clearly. You've got water with you, I can see, but if you need a break, just let us know.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms Layden.
Where's my door? Sorry, Mr. Castle. Trying to get some airflow.
Sure.
If at any stage it becomes too uncomfortable or you're struggling to read material, be it hard copy or electronic, would you please let Her Honour know? We have time, and if need be, subject to Her Honour's position, of course, we can call your evidence tomorrow morning. I'm very conscious that that you may well be in a very uncomfortable position where you're presently located.
I also have, I've got most of the documents printed, so I'm probably easier for me to reference them because I'm having issues with my computer. If I click on the volume, I actually lose sight of you guys. So maybe if we can use like the page numbers, that would be really helpful for me, so I can reference them really quickly that way.
All right, we'll see how we go, and if there's too many problems, please let us know. Officer, could the witness please be sworn?
You can hear me, Miss Layden?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, you take an oath, won't you? Sorry, Ms. Layden? Yes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Would you please state your full name?
Sally Mervanwy Layden.
And you are the daughter, are you not, of Marion Barter?
I am.
And in relation to the inquest into your mother's disappearance, have you previously provided a statement to police and also a record of interview?
Yes.
And have you given evidence in relation to this matter in June of last year?
I have.
Did you provide a further statement to those assisting Her Honour dated the 17th of December 2021?
I have.
And Ms Layden, do you have a copy of that statement with you this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes.
In preparing that statement, had you had regard to a statement provided to New South Wales Police on the 9th of June 2021 by Mr Rick Bloom, B-L-U-M?
Correct.
And also, when you came to provide your statement on the 17th of December 2021, had you had an opportunity to read an electronic record of interview taken by New South Wales Police from Mr Rick Bloom on the 14th of September 2021?
Correct.
And did you read that record of interview carefully?
I believe so.
And did you read carefully the statement of Mr Bloom dated the 9th of June 2021?
I believe I did.
Have you, prior to your evidence today, by reference to material contained in the brief of evidence, made observations of photographs of Mr Bloom?
Yes.
Can I take you back to 1997 and to your evidence where you state that you and Chris one evening made an observation of a male in your mother's car at a service station in southeast Queensland? Do you recall that evidence?
I do.
Having made the observations of Mr Bloom, are you able to identify who the man in the car was on that occasion or not?
Well, Mr Blum has very white hair now, so my memory was that the man in the car was quite tall and dark, but I think we sort of suggested that perhaps it was because it was late at night and it was in the shining lights of the service station that could have also presented a darkness inside the vehicle.
Do I take it then you're unable to identify still today the person in the car?
No, I cannot.
And having made some observations of some photographs of Mr Bloom taken at different times, are you able to say whether you have cited Mr Bloom previously or not?
No, I have not.
Now, Mr Bloom recounts in his statement how he came to meet your mother in 1997, and you will recall his evidence that he responded to an advertisement placed perhaps in the Gold Coast Bulletin. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
Were you aware, prior to your mother's departure in June of 1997, as to her placing any advertisements in newspapers or bulletins seeking companionship or not?
No.
When you came to read that in Mr Bloom's statement, did it come as a surprise or not?
I didn't believe that when I read it.
And why is that?
Well, I feel like it's been addressed before too, that my mum did have a lot of partners, and I would potentially say that she never really had a problem in finding a partner, so I would not see the need for her to put an ad in the paper to find somebody. That, of course, is just my thoughts.
Returning to your evidence from last year, in that first half of 1997, who, if anyone, did you understand your mother to be in a romantic or sexual relationship with prior to her departure in June of 1997?
Well, the only person that I knew of was Greg Edwards, who was the groundsman at TSS. I don't have any memory of when they broke up, but I do know that Mum told me she invited him to go to her cousin's wedding at Byron Bay, and I can't remember the date of that, but I think it was around April, and that's my only sort of connection to Greg Edwards at that time from my memory.
But apart from Mr Edwards, you're unaware of any other romantic relationships your mother may have formed in that first part of 1997?
No.
In that first part of 1997, do you have any recollection of meeting any men introduced to you by your mother as a friend or an acquaintance, or not?
Not to memory.
Now, can I ask you this? In that first part of 1997, 1 January through to 22 June 1997, that you were in a relationship with your now husband, Chris, were you not?
Yes.
And did he work at SeaWorld in that period of time? Did he work in the Shark Tank at SeaWorld in that period of time?
He did.
Was your brother Owen a mechanic involved with motorcycles in that first part of 1997? Your answer was he was?
I'd just like to say too, he was. I'm just trying to think when he actually left motorcycles and went and worked in a lawn mowing business, fixing lawnmowers, but I think that was actually after Mum had disappeared. So yes, he was working for Fraser Motorcycles in Parramatta.
And returning, if I may, to the evidence that you've given about your husband Chris's employment at SeaWorld, is that material that has been published as part of the podcast, The Lady Vanishes, to your knowledge or not?
I would say I believe it is. I'd have to go back and re-listen to confirm, but I know it's mentioned about one of Mum's assistants actually talked about or going to an excursion to the Shark Tank with Chris, I think.
And the information that you've just provided about your brother Owen being a motorcycle mechanic, is that material that has been, to your knowledge, published on the podcast The Lady Vanishes?
Yes, I think so.
In that first part of 1997, Ms. Layden, did you have a sister who was living with a Greek or a man of Greek ancestry in Sydney?
Do you mean did my mum's sister?
Yes, one of your aunties.
Yeah, so my Aunt Deirdre was living in Bondi Junction, I think. I've never been to that house, and she did have a partner, but I do not know what nationality he was. And
do you know whether that information that one of Marion's sisters, that is one of your aunties, was living with a Greek man in Sydney has been published on the podcast The Lady Vanishes?
I don't believe so.
When your mother lived at Southport, that in the house that she sold prior to departing to overseas, from your recollection, was there a small laneway between your mother's house and one of her female friends, or not?
No. There was not. I lived at that house and there was not a laneway.
Right. Were you aware, in relation to that house, whether your mother had a female friend who lived nearby?
Well, Leslie's update was close by. I think she was probably only around 4 kilometres from where Mum lived when she was in Patua Drive to Marinda Court. I've Googled that and it's about 4 kilometres. So that would have been the closest female friend that I would have known about. The only neighbour that she spoke to was an elderly man next door.
Are you quite certain today that there was no small laneway between your mother's house at Marinda Place and any other house?
Certain. If you look at Google again, there's actually a laneway up the end of the road as park, and there's actually a laneway that looks like it takes you from Marinda Court up to the back street. But I never really went up that end of the street, but I have seen it on Google.
Your mother drove a Honda Civic Breeze, did she not, in that first part of 1997?
She did.
And it was red, was it not?
Yes.
Has that material been the subject of the podcast The Lady Vanishes, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Has there, to your knowledge, been published in the podcast The Lady Vanishes that your mother was going to sell her car, that is the red Honda Civic Breeze, to you?
Yeah, do it on your laptop. Just go there.
Can you hear us, Sally? There's a problem.
Sorry, Your Honour, we'll follow up.
Okay, look at that.
Oh, there we go.
Now click on it. Just hold on a second. Now go to your thing. And up there, you've got on your phone. So on one of the tabs over here. Click. There you go.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
You're right. Can you see and hear? Yeah. Can you see or hear us, Sally? It looks like the translator's been cut off,
Your Honour.
unfortunately.
Your Honour, matter entirely for Your Honour and of course the parties, but we do have time, and if it's convenient to Your Honour and to the parties, it may be, given the problems that we're having with the technology and the difficulty that the witness is facing in terms of the uncomfortable conditions in which she's giving her evidence, that she could be recalled tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Okay, I am here now, sorry. I
Thank
just
you.
unplugged my TV and I'm going to do it through my laptop.
All right, we might just, Mr. Smith, did you hear what Counsel Assisting just said?
Yes, I did. I think at this stage it would just be a matter for Sally's preference, Your Honour.
Yeah. To recommence tomorrow,
Or
10 a.m?
If she'd be offered the choice, and I'm not sure what her position. Yeah.
Well, if you want, I can just take a short break if you want to take those instructions.
Certainly, if Mr. Smith, if you could obtain instructions as to whether your client would prefer to give her evidence tomorrow morning at 10 a.m, hopefully when the air conditioning and the technology is operating better, then, as I infer from her on, I don't believe that'll be a problem.
It's not a problem at all.
If you guys can hear me, I'm happy to continue, and if it cuts out again, maybe we can reset.
All right, thank you. We can hear you. Thank you, Sally. But we're also very happy to stop now and start tomorrow or at any time.
Sure, no worries, thank you.
Sally, I'll return to my last question because I think we lost your answer.
Sure.
The question was, to your knowledge, was the evidence or the information that your mother was going to sell the red Honda Breeze to you published as part of the Lady Vanishes podcast?
Well, I think there's an error there because she just signed the car over to me and I was supposed to sell my car and give her the money for that. So it wasn't like I was actually physically buying her car.
It's a slightly different question you've just answered. I'm just wanting to know.
Sorry. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, was the fact that Marion, your mother, was going to sell her car to you publicised as part of the Lady Vanishes podcast?
The car was discussed, but not that she was selling it to me, that she was giving it to me. Just to be clear, like we did discuss it because it's obviously a big part of the story, but it was never said that she was selling it to me because that wasn't the arrangement.
Thank you. And in again, perhaps May or June of 1997, what family did you have that lived in the northern area of the Gold Coast?
What family did I have, sorry?
Yes.
None.
What about Chris's family? Where,
no, they were south.
Where did Chris's grandparents live?
They lived at Benogan.
And where's that in proximity to Southport or Ashmore?
South and to the hinterland.
And were you and Chris living in Mudgee Bar in May or June of 1997?
We lived in a suburb just off Mudgee Bar called Talai.
But Talai's quite close, is it not, to Mudgee Bar?
Correct.
And was that information that you and Chris resided either at Talai or near Mudgee Bar published as part of the Channel 7 podcast, to your knowledge?
It might have been. I'm not 100% sure if we did discuss where we lived. I know we talked about where Nana and Pa lived because that's where she stored some of her furniture. So we did discuss that, but that was Benogan.
I take it that you are unaware as to whether or not your mother may have had a friendship with a naval officer or pilot?
I wasn't aware of that, only what I was told by Mum's friends back in 2018.
And what were you told in 2018 by your mother, that is Marion's friends, about her having an acquaintance who was a naval officer or pilot?
Well, I had 3 people actually tell me on different lines of questioning when I asked them. So the first one was Barbara Petfeld, who believed that the dad was a pilot, one of the boys that he taught in the school. I spoke to Janice White, and she said to me that Mum had told her about a man who she was interested in who was a pilot, and that Mum had said to her that she felt that it was a little one-sided and that she liked him more than he liked her. And one of the other parents in the class that Mum was quite friendly with, Annabelle McDonald, told me that she remembered the little boy of the
I think we've lost Ms. Layden, Your Honour.
Yeah. Looks like that.
Your Honour, I think perhaps...
We might call it
yes.
Today. Yes. I think because of the problems we're experiencing with Ms. Layden and what she's described to us as slightly difficult circumstances given that heat, we might stop now and resume with Ms. Layden's evidence tomorrow at 10 a.m.
10 a.m. if that's convenient.
Yes. All right. We'll adjourn now, and obviously thank you, Mr. Smith. If you'd let Ms. Layden know, we'll start at 10 with her. Thank you.
Yes, may it please the court.
Resource stand, Ms. Court.